we have that we can look at it. We are looking at this, we are looking at issue. Then with the fact that it's like that like the next slide, next slide, next slide. So, okay. Women are being neglected and are being removed from them. Now the challenge is the issue that we economic impacts because by the virtue of the we in the sense that they are not being considered. Even when there are issues, they are being neglected. Even when it comes to the social making of the things that have to do with it, they are not. Economic impact will be like an economist. There's call for the issue to really look at the impact like this. And now we talk about the next slide. So we are now is the fact that there should be a link between gender and environmental issues in what that we have. And it really even at the time of making the framework, most community and women and people with disability, you want to carry out a research that will lead to making a in this. So yeah. So the point of view was that the United States resolution 5 are about the healthy and that of people can find if you know the number of to get this well, so it's so makes if you are trying to small house, help us to reduce the labor. Please, for each we are trying for 3 minutes, but 5 minutes
or to spend 7 minutes. Please, going forward, 5 minutes, provide an element speech and that pick an elevator speech even in 2 minutes. Then you should carry on your briefing. Thank you. Please, the next one. All right. Please stick to your 5 minutes. Then I will take minutes. Take our please take your presentation to the computer section. It's not when you are ready. Please now spend 20, your time starts now. Then 10:25. Please quiet the house. I want to listen to her. Then you don't have time. You have 30 seconds. Hello. Access to essential information can foster distrust, inefficiency, and corruption in the extractive sector. And Nigeria actually been involved in the EITI to ensure that we meet up to international standard whereby the contract is transparency. But that we have not really implemented that program. Therefore, adoption the EITI that we need in practical application of experience and let people contract publish. Getting experimentation by enforce. I'm for instance, the most of that most don't you that so associated what's is for the philosophy starts on that yeah.
Yeah. Government and corporation. So here the recommendations that came up with was one from the state of said that the act to enforce law in making the company enforce laws that require all contracts to exit. Yeah.
Which farmers and that's what I wish. Better, right.
But yeah.
What's this? Like, so no. Good. Thank you. Mr. Nestle. Thank you. That is great.
Don't take your life. Put it everywhere. Put it conscious. That could be there.
So one of those and this theory the parliament does it but it's we don't see. So
Just yesterday, shooting that last night. You forgot to talk about it. How do we contain the people If you're not registered, you cannot say you're not being given contract. Because you have to follow the procedure in those places. It is when you follow those procedures that you will then say you're not being given contract. Because there are rules and regulations. Even when you look at the IOP, there are rules and regulations. Your documents are practiced. Immediately you submit any document. And this is a global practice. You submit any document. There are document procedures. They are being tracked. And therefore, you must know that they are going against it if they are not done. So I'd like you to, when you want to look at any of these, find out what existing procedures are. Thank you.
I think we have to explain our comments as briefer than the policy brief. Please, so that we don't have presentation or presentation.
There is a thin line, a very thin line between an advocacy brief and a policy brief. There is a very thin line. The process of putting them together are the same. Right? Advocacy brief tend to influence, tend to move to action. Policy briefs are targeted at policy for policy change. Using a policy brief, you are giving analysis, factor that you are giving alternative information for a policy brief. And the information that you put in your policy brief usually will come from
Okay. Yes, yes. Okay.
a reduction in greenhouse gases to make the 2025 to all the energy system needs to be transition to the use of fossil fuels. Scientists, next slide. Now, the global for the transition from the use of fossil fuels to green energy and sources, especially solid. We have significant global carbon footprint. Now, our problem statement, we realize accounting to almost 100% of global gas emission, yet it's exit. Now, the world is now more faster than at any point on history, all experiencing global warming into freezing. And we now demonstrate to our policy plans. If you remember in 2016, at COP26, several countries, including Nigeria, made a commitment to carbon neutrality by 26. Nigeria had a strict plan, bill shortly after, where and a committee was set up, which is the energy working group, comprised of several key ministries and supported by small now, our target for this advocacy the head of our team. Now, it is completed to the Kentucky integration units under the Paris Agreement, unconditionally reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 20%, up right into 1.7% additionally. Nigeria's mineral endowment should contribute to our cross-domestic growth. The minerals less than nations and it's something that is very modest. Next. This is one of our. Now we have a recommendation. Okay, what is the next? Mineral will increase the difference increase public revenue contributes to sustainable and national government is. The Nigerian government should make great efforts, both policy student and more, to fully implement the Nigerian economic transfer. There's a working group of several resources to implement the Nigerian and to increase investment in the energy transition infrastructure, also increase energy generation from the use of energy consumed mineral, and also regulate all governments to properly regulate their state sector and increase revenues from oil. Nigeria should construct national determined contribution. Remember the now we have supported evidence. The summary of UBC and UBC brief is that Nigeria is fully endowed with energy from minerals, yet we are suffering from energy. And because we are signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are saddled with the responsibility of also reducing the contribution of carbon and greenhouse. So now we go and saddle with the shoulder and the next on the next our advocacy is then to see how we can kill the from the use of fossil fuel for others in these are conditions and also
in fact, please give them the $10. If you have a we get back to tackle. After that, presentations, please keep it. Are you going to say this ready? Thanks. I think to at least now you have to think why are sitting out results. Please project point. Side class that is doing side class. That's okay. So it's 11 o'clock. Your time is take out and gentlemen ladies. We are bringing some meditate as we go. Oil is the responsible government. It's what concern. It's saying what is trying to integrate of our frame and the very good time aspect in our describing. Now, the picture, the picture. Yes, this picture is a graphic representation of what is happening here. Us as a result of the impact of oil spill or oil test, sorry. Oil test the critical issue in the Niger Delta, causing critical environmental and security challenges, in return of which thousands and millions of graduates oil reserve have seen escalating losses from oil theft, costing the government billions revenue increase. Yes. Especially environmental protection and fuel security. Addressing these issues require a process strategy that includes enhanced security measures, community management, policy reforms, and technological innovations. Now, these are the key issues. Key issues. Like I said earlier, also, the oil is responsible for something people are recommending. So, where cost of from $5 billion, one we also been calculated yes to the 1.1 $2 trillion more less oil based on where then environmental condition, oil, when you are stolen, the environment are usually polluted. Oil is not the jelly gas system. You need the storage. You should take it require that to start going from the community should also be participant in something, taking care of things that does not still regular communities. We should also expand communities. Now, communities is part of the way that we entire process. We also recommend drop of the individual pipeline. And launch which once we are rich, start. Then we want to up in one thing. We have a open views and people teams you and you want that's you need it to be because of what if the production is the record of with such will have and also you see the Niger Delta where these things happen. In conclusion, well things in the Niger Delta present was a present challenge for cited political action because government, private sector, community level. The commitment to strong policy and all. The current work, innovation, commitment will be essential in containing manage preventive problems and sustainable development comprehensively. That are robustly handling incentives and start long-term security and prosperity for all these. Yes, this will be the reason that is very security sector to reduce responsibility. Communications. Because it's to the knowledge to us, scheme of this. Statements are conscious, repeated. So thank you very much. Please, we can now have the message program. Next project, next webinar.
Can I go with it?
Simple. Yes, so please.
Yes, I don't.
Don't allow. This is really what's allowed. And then that's the truth. It's yes, I start off with this father. It's so many comes from my son's still line, the time starts. Thank you so much. Seriously.
Yeah, receiving the waters, shower. To go deep. But if shower has been presented. So I keep possession. I use great I need to so I asked this from with the national resources for and for the cost billions revenue generation. Social and environmental impacts are for instance allowed companies to engage with thereby we have the investing risk, we have the pay already responsible investing and let's the recommendation. And that's so very because of what they not government different for my credit solution like to acquire like we share with secondly we can call compliance act so the showing that across sector close both second recommendation is that there is a focus for the beneficial start as the public so that people see by mandating the CAC development right price currently. Establish regular updating information, accurate and enforce compliance. Thirdly, empower children, which is the establishment of a by actually the task force, the CLC, for monitoring and information and reporting the cost of. You also need newspapers to raise awareness in part of their administration to support public technical practice. They should get pictures of similar of the task of being without to build cross support with the translation. Tips and target so further operate global standard by updating the Nigerian laws to align with more strengthening across and certain cross-border collaboration and international. So the call for action of the need to prioritize the class that the cost transparent ownership plan. Secondly, they need to strengthen the oversight and the region by actively overseeing the effective implementation of national residential to ensure the plan strategy. In conclusion, beneficial ownership and securing a user's natural wealth benefit. Legislators have capital of strengthening Nigerian resource governance, attract responsible investment, and we can build a more transparent people. Teacher responsible because there's something you're saying that is already existing, but you didn't put it there. So that nobody is responsible, then that was that I don't say it's already there. Nancy, where's okay? Okay. Please, okay, should take responsibility because she's implementing a project of contract transparency. Now, for the women and inclusivity, Prof, please take responsibility. Work with Dr. Rupi for more information on the women and environment, and of course, Gloria. Which other group does not have ONZ? Where are the ONZ people? Okay, so ONZ. There's a lot of information. If you go to any PRC websites, there's a lot of information. I can also work with you people on that issue. But let us come on with 5 action. What is that one? And of course, we take delay. Please don't take delay. Responsible for anything you want in any PRC. Then incorporate it into your committee so that we can come up maybe the next 1 week. Let's come up with a very good advocacy brief that we can use. Then we'll use those advocacy briefs and develop policy briefs. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can now go for senior. And we also know that when you sit down too much, no need to. All right. So let's start for senior. Then after that, we'll go back immediately for inaugurations.
Right? She runs on the international EITI. Let's put our hands together for the godmother. The corporate leader herself. All right.
Next on our list, we have Otumba Benga Onaika. Next on our list, we have Mr. Emmanuel Acha.
Okay, so this is a meeting member, right? So then for like join us, right? That's for you to appreciate and that's how I can for that. I think a round of applause. How do we round of applause? Expanded, I want each zone. We have to talk about regional representation. So we have these people that will be calling. They're going to come from the cluster of their regions. They're going to come from the cluster of youth participation, women and disability participation. Let's put our hands together.
Representing the youth, we have Emmanuel, Mr. Emmanuel Acha.
Emmanuel
We have representing the media. We have Mr. Basi Udo. Next on our seat representing the South, we have Rachel. Presenting professionals, we have barrister practicing.
Let's go.
Representing gender, we have engineering.
We have engineering. Let's put our hands together for women.
Next panelist, we have Omanjo Ogedu. Next panelist, we have Tope Olaifa. Next on the list, we have Paul Katu. We have Mr. Emeka Onomadu. Next on our list, we have Dr. Joseph Gimba. Now, representing the organization, we have Monday Osasa.
yesterday. That's why they're not here. They are here.
We have representing CDD, we have Dr. Dada Garba. Next on our list, we have Bochi.
All right, who do we have?
We have next is Umar Farouk.
Umar Farouk. Where is Umar Farouk?
We have this okay, here we go. But on top of this, we have Ishaq Adam.
Ishaq Adam is from Norway. At this point in time, when Dr. Mustafa Mohammed is celebrated in just a minute, then we go to the next one. Let's put that hand together for
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to establish, even though the code established this morning, but permit me to start one. The executive committee members here present, the Neiti ES and Chief Executive Officer, my big brother, Dr. Oji, and his management team, the Neiti BOT members here present, Dr. Reza Secretary, the ambassador for between Nigeria, national coordinator, and CSO representative, and our executive, past national coordinators here present. Our dear police, public members, and media here present. Permit me to appreciate the establishment of the team plan in CSO data in the executive sector. This is the first of this kind of initiative. I start to be grateful. The first of this kind of initiative, and this will show you the we are heading to the promised land. I want to say, probably going to be it's a knowledge-based organization. Public is not like every other name of coalition. We have to update our knowledge in the area of extraction sector. And these materials are there in the Neiti website, in the Neiti materials, even in the public OTP WhatsApp. So please, I'm urging our members, don't go and relax. You are waiting for a workshop or seminar. We are not workshop organization, we are not seminar organization. We have to be knowledge-based on extraction sector. We did a lot of work, but particularly some of the northern part of the country in the area of solid minerals. A lot of publications are out there. So I'm urging us to please be knowledgeable as a member of public utility. Don't become a workshop warrior. You are waiting for workshop to become workshop warrior. Please. Finally, I want to urge, before I inaugurate the committee, I want to urge Neiti and public utility to expand the issue of extraction sector to fisheries. Fisheries is another sector we didn't explore, you know, and I guess globally the fisheries part of the extraction sector. Based on this, I want to congratulate the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our mothers, our friends and sisters who have been identified and nominated to serve in this very, very important committee. Your role is to assist the civil society with a strategic thinking, a direction in the extractive sector, so that you guided the process, you guided the leadership of the community. And sometimes we advise the Neiti. So I want to congratulate you because all of you are well deserved. This upon your appointment is well deserved. Based on this, I want to say, based on the power based on me today. What is it about power? Based on the power, based on the rule, I want to give opportunity to formally inaugurate this committee. I hereby inaugurating this committee this morning. It becomes a standing committee with the powers to think strategically and advise strategically and this strategically. Congratulations. Thank you.
Then we take a picture, and the picture into a handshake and they go sit down. Picture.
And also, so maybe I'm saying.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and let's do the next one.
Okay, I'm taking 1, 2, 3. I'm taking another one. 1, 2, 3.
I'm taking 10.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you very much. Have your mic on.
For the next step will be the rate of pay for being the site. Increase your occupation and site heroes. Bring down the rating. Bring down the rating. So, site.
Communications and civil society training committee. We have Dr. Erisa Sariki, representing the civil society organization on the board. The next member of this committee. The next Next on the list, we have the Executive Secretary, Dr. Oji Ogunaya Oji.
Because now this kind of members on the NSWP, they are also in the committee. So we're going to take them based on that. Let's put our hand together for the
Next on the list, we have Engineer Dele Ayodeke.
Please, let's put our hands together.
On the list, we have Professor Abubakar Wazu. The next, we have Comrade Williams Akoreha. Next on our list, we have Engineer Janet Adeyemi. Next on our list is Farida Azia. Dr. Farida Azia. The next, we have Grace Jerry. I think she's online. The next member is Edosa Obrewa. Edosa. Representing human rights, we have Mr. Edosa Obrewa. Round of applause for him. We have Juliet Aloha. Next on our list, we have Mr. Ido. Okay, I think it's not our too. The next person is Mr. McDonald Ikemesi. The 13th person is Dr. Joel Isina. The 14th member is Madam Manuka. The last about the list is Mr. Frank Tete. So, the members standing before you here today are the selected members for the Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee. To inaugurate them, I wish to call on the alternate chair, Ambassador Sunday Matthew, to do the inauguration. A lot of applause for him.
It's going to question. Yes, and to point them on their work. So the central and rooted. You are hereby thank you for this.
Okay, now that the committee has been inaugurated, we are going to allow them to have a group that we can know that these are the members going forward. Then after that, the secretary will give them the charge.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Because you engage from other things. So particularly at this point, call on the executive secretary of Neiti also because in charge and usher us into the interactive session. I know you have a lot of burning questions for me. He's going to tell us, we're going to sit down in our roundtable in our village meeting to discuss with you, to also understand issues and affect us. So please let's put our hands together for Dr. Obonaya.
Can we get seated? Can we get seated? Your current chair, my colleagues of the board, Professor Mazu, my sister, Dr. Elisa, and all other board members who are here, all other members, assistant and paid management, who are in the Professor Obu and Bruce and leaders today, and standing right. Can I please ask us to be quiet for we're almost coming to the end? Can we close down the table? Please. Please. What we've seen here in the last 30 days has been most encouraging. On behalf of the board, secretariat, management, and staff, I would like to convey to the civil society constituency our profound appreciation. Because the process we're implementing in Nigeria is standing on 3 legs. And if one leg is weak, then it can't work, even when the other ones are strong. And as the national coordinator of the EITI in Nigeria, please can we get seated? Please, please, please. As the national coordinator of the EITI in Nigeria, I know what we have passed through over this year that we try to get to where you people have brought us now. This is how it should be. Trying to get the civil society together. When the civil society is strong, Neiti is strong. Because we are the military wing of our initiative. What you can do, I cannot do. What you can say, I cannot say. We have something to say that will help us to achieve the goal we need. It's you people that use. That's why sometimes I sit on my desk and I see where people completely narrow down their job to Neiti. What did the ES do? What did this one do, secretariat? Say these people don't understand that the bigger task is in the larger strategy. We are all in the same shoe together. We are not perfect at the secretariat, but the difference in your engagement with us is that
You have access. You have access. My phone number, only one phone I use. My team and with you, they have, if you need any information, why go to newspapers to write when you can make a call and get clarification? Because Neiti is your agency, the only agency created out of civil society struggle. And if you need anything, you can walk in there. We have said it. The Neiti house is open. You have any engagement that you require any support. We have a conference room. You want to have one or two meetings. You can walk in there to make a request. If any civil society visiting Nigeria, visiting Abuja, and wants to have a meeting, you come to Neiti. We give you a space to have about your meeting. You can use Neiti house as an address to receive very important mails, not problematic mails. So, because that is your institution. So, and for that institution to start, you must support that institution. No institution is perfect. People should be reporting to you. If there's any report about Neiti that you have had, you will now take into consideration. Okay, let me call the ES. Let me call the office. You call or you come. Sometimes I will invite come and see it. And people we prefer to discuss issues that can be solved amicably. So, but with the kind of structure that I have seen you have put in place now, we now have a new way of engagement. Because the think tank that you have is an innovation. First innovation by any implementing country in the world. I attend all EITI global conferences, all EITI implementing meetings, and I know exactly what I'm saying, that whatever we do, other people will come. If you see the expanding section of EITI, they all started from Nigeria. We did FAST, and they now call it Domestic Resource Organization. Civil Society Steering Committee was set up by Nigeria. And the election you conducted is now the first 90 secretariats. Please, can we keep quiet here? Why would you be making noise? Hello? The person is serving food. Please go. Come back later. Do you hear me? Leave the cup and go. The secretary, I don't want to hear any noise. We will soon leave here. We are sorry we are holding you on Saturday. This is the climax of what we are doing. So, but you have also introduced another initiative, which was just this morning. I was doing a report, a status report to EITI. I said that report can only go after your meeting, so that I will reflect exactly what you have done. Because they also expect reports, and these reports go a long way in reporting what other countries, they send reports from other countries to us. So please let us not give our institution. I have a tenor appointment, not about touching. I was a radio Nigerian broadcaster. I've worked in DPP, I've worked in the National Assembly, I've worked in the Villa. And when it's my time to go, I go. Other people will take over. I will keep supporting. Let us behave like ASU. When you see ASU, you will watch their table. All their former presidents will be seated when they're having engagement. And I used to admire it. Even NLC, when they have issues, all their former presidents, including the former chairman of our board, Professor Sunday, they will sit while they got supporting the current president. So when I also do, other PS will also come and do their own, and will be there to support. And let us not drop, because we are respected among institutions. But if we build, sacrifice to build that reputation, begins to mess up the reputation, it will be nice. So you have put up a very, very strong structure that I appreciate. And this feedback, I looked at the people that you carefully selected on your own. I look at the individuals there, and my friend Mustafa was inaugurating them, talking like an elder statesman. You could see the level of seriousness. So if we really kind of structure, we wouldn't have had all the problems we had during the election. These people here will solve it. They will advise. And you selected people based on your merit and experience. I'm very honored to witness this. And this is very encouraging to us. Please, you deserve a round of applause for you. The Civil Society Steering Committee has always been a creation of Neiti board, and we shouldn't make a mistake about it. When any board goes, that committee goes. We have committee on audit and risk, we have committee on extracting, we have committee on civil society and communication, which is where the Civil Society Steering Committee is. So you have also adhered strictly with the rules. And I was highly impressed when we included people with disability. They also and the women almost overwhelmed them if they were all present. And so there was a balance, very important. So please let me assure you that this body you have put together, we will find resources wherever it is. We put up a recruit for the Civil Society Steering Committee and the think tank in Abuja, or any venue that will be chosen. We organize a retreat for them, expose them to more detailed information on how they can help under the guidance of the CSO to put civil society issues strictly on the agenda. And beyond that, we are very grateful that you not only attended from all parts of the country and heard strictly. It's very encouraging for us. We will continue to find one to make sure that this training is held regularly. Unfortunately, because of security situation in the country and high cost of traveling these days, it's very difficult to bring people together. But physical meetings are always more impactful than the one. So I would like to assure you, as a secretariat, I have no other job than to make myself available and open to you. Whatever you need, whatever we can do to assist, training, supporting your individual organizations, attending your events when you invite us. Please send us the invitation. If I can't make it personally, somebody in my team will be there, including your personal celebrations at times of challenges. If your child is getting married, it's a family, please let us know. If it involves money, we can know how to manage it. We'll be there. Our physical presence will always be there. And finally, I want to appeal to us that Neiti is strong, Neiti is stronger. Our reports are now up to date. Our publications, the Neiti handbook, which was suspended some time ago, we are releasing a new Neiti handbook, which we will send to each and every one of you by the end of this month. The new Neiti handbook will be published. And that handbook will be very simple in enlightening us on all the things we are doing. For now, if validation comes today, with what I have seen in civil society, because requirement 1.3 was where we had the greatest problem. And I close by appealing that whenever Nigeria is facing validation, let us know that Neiti is facing validation is Nigeria. And if we all join and track Nigeria, it's Nigerian affair. And you need to see how we are castigated outside. Nobody wants to know whether you're supported or not. Let us all come together. Make sure our country comes out fine. There's no country whose civil society doesn't have a problem. Requirement 1.3, if you don't make it there, it's outright suspension. We knew how we navigated that. What you have done, I can even ask for you to go down and conduct another validation. Because requirement 1.3 will be and I particularly want to thank you for giving us somebody like Dr. Harrison. We're using smiles to solve all problems. But the smile is not real, don't be deceived. When the smile is put forward, you are carried away. She said, now listen, she now put 3 issues. So, but her smile reduces tension. And even in the board meeting, even when you go out to speak, I was with her in Zambia at a meeting of CFO leaders and
Yes.
EITI, the Secretariat, implementing English-speaking countries. And when she was called to make a presentation at the Roundtable, there's this addressing the way she covered herself, and she was really, I felt very, very proud. Imagine if you are giving us someone who's in there. And we also gender sensitive. We need to support her. And women can do great things if they are giving them support. On our side and on your behalf, the Secretariat will support her. But when we support her, we have supported the society. And finally, I want to thank you on behalf of the board, management and staff, and my colleagues, the Secretariat, my team, and Roland that has put this together. I want to thank you. Please work together. I'm available to take it back. My phone number is 080 080. I have only one phone number, 080 080 866 5746 080 866 5746. The only text I don't reply is account number. Thank you.
So, what did I find your work? But this is very encouraging, very much the executive secretary for giving us a open check. Civil society organizations, please let's utilize this very valuable check. Don't misuse it, use it very well. Ensure you send Dr. Audrey a chat or a text, not call Dr. Audrey. This one is not even here, like it's somewhere, flying somewhere. But when you do that, one thing I'm sure he's going to respond when he has on the text. So please, let's utilize it well. Don't misuse it, please. Thank you very much for the years of thank you very much. So this has helped for us to go into what we have. The next thing we're going to do about this document, and it's here to just listen to us. If you have any pertinent question, any burning issue you feel we need to just discuss around the space and how to ensure we represent better and how to interact with them, it's open. But before that, we're going to have some of those MOUs. Remember, we talked about the human rights MOU, right? So that we can have that. So I'm going to give the honor to come up, the director of communications, to look at those documents with us together. We'll read them through also. He will facilitate that. Let's give our contribution. Now you have to put your thinking cap. Let's come and think and see. This is our document. Let's own it. Because at the end of this meeting, we'll be able to have and be happy that we're part of the document. And we're not forgetting those online that have joined us so far. Let's talk this morning. It's not very, very good. Can I see how we have those that are here? And then I will stop the chat so that we can see them. Please hello. Thank you for joining. Patrick Chipe, thank you for joining all the way from the top. Pauline, Lydia, thank you very much for joining. You're not here in person, but we're happy to join today. So if you also have any concerns, any question, we would love to also ask through the chat so that we can follow up on that. So the MOH is up. Okay, you're welcome. Let's put our hands together for okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, good morning, good afternoon. The chairman of the Neiti NSWG, the ES, other members of the board present. Just a little bit of history of what we're doing today. When we underwent validation in 2022, 2023, one of the corrective actions we had was that the civic space in Nigeria was restricted, and that there were harassments of the civil society. So we went ahead to develop a framework that will protect civic space. And then later on, while reviewing that document, we felt that document was not enough. And then we, during our brainstorming sessions, we also talked about the fact that we have an agency in Nigeria that is responsible for human rights protection. And so we co-opted National Human Rights Commission. In 2022, we paid an advocacy visit to the commission and then agreed at that meeting. Mr. Peter, please, are you here? Okay, so Mr. Peter was part of that delegation. He was the society rep at the time. And we agreed to form a committee that will develop an MOU that will protect civic space in Nigeria's extractive sector. Because we realized that Neiti is too small to go into a mandate that is not part of its responsibility. So we restricted ours to the protection of civic space in the extractive sector. So we're supposed to draft this MOU. But with the dissolution of the board and the dissolution of the Civil Society Steering Committee, and then a few months after the second dissolution again that came, we couldn't actualize this. So this is not a new journey. It's been there for about 2 years. And we have waited for the civil society to be to be part of this process before we conclude it. So that's what we're doing today, to present this draft MOU. And I want to graciously recognize the presence of Wadumti Oko. She's the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the National Human Rights Commission. And she's been with us for the past 3 days. Because this MOU would have been possible without their own input. Please look at all the legal issues. And then what's going to be partners of Neiti. Sanjaka Shibaki is here. They work tirelessly to get the program. So another round of applause for them. So we have on the board here the contents of this MOU. I'll just highlight very important areas. 5 minutes. And then we will share this document. We've already shared it with the subcommittee again that was set up. This was part of that committee. Please, we are the committee that met to look at this and make input on behalf of the civil society. Before we are now presenting, sir, can you please stand up? So you can see we didn't just come up with this document. We had another think tank. So they look at it and ensure that the rights of the civil society or concerns are adequately covered in this MOU before we arrive at this. So we're still going to share this document, give like 2 weeks before we complete work on this, and it forms an agreement between us and the National Human Rights Commission and, of course, civil society organization engaging in Nigeria's extractive industry. Can you come down? Page 2. Come down. Okay. So this MOU is between Neiti and the National Human Rights Commission. And of course, we have the civil society as witnesses. The MOU is between 2 state actors, working on how to protect civic space in Nigeria as concerns Nigeria's extractive sector. Next. Go to the next page. Okay. So what's the purpose of this MOU? To have a framework that will cover collaboration and partnership between Neiti, NHRC, and the civil society. And this partnership is on how to promote human rights, ensure effective delivery of services, and enhance cooperation on matters of mutual interest. Of course, we have the objectives as promoting awareness and understanding of human rights principles and laws in Nigeria's extractive sector. I won't stop emphasizing this because they are in that conversation when, for instance, something happens in a state and the state government clamps down on a particular civil society organization and they expect Neiti to jump in. That's not part of our mandate. So, and then we will not. We are restricting ourselves to the extractive industry, advocating for the implementation of policies and practices that uphold human rights standards in Nigeria's extractive sector, and of course, conducting joint research, studies and initiatives aimed at addressing human rights issues in Nigeria's extractive sector. Can we move to roles and responsibilities? And so you have, we'll share this that I don't take much of our time. We have the roles of Neiti, also have the roles of the civil society. I think I should read out the role of civil society. Part of the role is to raise awareness about human rights issues in Nigeria's extractive industries through advocacy campaigns, events, and educational programs. In the framework that we developed for the protection of civil space, we articulated what the channel of communication should be. So if, for instance, you are in Bayelsa, and then there is an alert on the harassment or intimidation of any state, non-state actor working in the oil and gas or mining sector in Bayelsa State, we have articulated and stipulated what the channel of communication should be, how you can escalate the issue right to Neiti, and then from there we'll take it up with National Human Rights Commission and activate all the other areas that we want to activate to ensure that that particular civil society organization is protected. So we have provide support and assistance to individuals or groups affected by human rights violations in Nigeria's extractive industry, collaborate with NHRC on joint project initiatives and research activities, participate in meetings, workshops, and consultations organized by both the NHRC and Neiti, share expertise, resources, and information, and specifically concern the Nigerian extractive industry. And of course, ensure that CSOs engaging in the sector and covered by this MOU are registered in the Neiti database. Now, this database is being developed by the civil society. However, we have a responsibility to post it on the Neiti website. So once that is concluded, the civil society human coordinating board will forward this database to us, and then we'll upload this on the website. So I'm going on to the coordination mechanism. Next page. Okay, so what are the coordination mechanisms? One is to have regular meetings between designated representatives from Neiti, NHRC, and CSOs. For the CSOs at this point, your focal person is the civil society rep on the Neiti board. We can't have all civil society organizations in this small committee. So we expect that if you feel you should have maybe one or two other persons join you, then that can be communicated and we work around expanding or inclusivity in terms of the membership of the committee. Then joint planning sessions to develop work plans, set priorities, identify areas of cooperation, collaboration, establish focal points within each organization, Neiti, NHRC, and of course the civil society. I mentioned this yesterday that we need to have a small committee, whether at the regional level or thematic areas, to make this facilitation easier. Exchange relevant information, reports, and updates on human rights issues, development, and best practices. The ES mentioned just before I came on that we need to go beyond the era where you find something wrong with a report, or probably you think your interest is not captured, and the best option you think you have is to write to the EITI. I also mentioned that if you go to the EITI Code of Conduct and then for appeals, you will see that there are clear channels that can also be sent down. they prefer you to go to your EITI member country first. It's only when you are not able to get that issue resolved that you can escalate straight to the EITI. And I think this is also going to help us because the EITI recognizes the sovereignty of the country implementing the treaty. So we also need to at least give ourselves that respect too, and not subjugate our rights to completely, to external bodies. Please, it's not up anymore. Okay, so we're looking at then we have the exchange of and then A above is centered around Nigeria's extractive industry. So I go to resource mobilization. I'm done with them in 2 minutes. Can I have the resource mobilization? So under the, this is not the document. Mobilization. Come down. Come down, come down, come down, come down, come down, come down. Fine. That's it. So under the resource mobilization, he has mentioned that when he came up, that Neiti would try everything within its powers to ensure that we find the resources for the society to carry out some of their programs and activities. We can't provide for everything. That's unrealistic, but we'll try. And we mentioned when you get the work plan, please make comments. Send them, make your reviews. It's only if these plans that you have are incorporated in the plan from the onset that we can, from the planning stage, incorporate your thoughts, your activities, or your potential activities, and ensure that we find the resources to get them carried out. So we have talked about that. The duration and termination. Right now we are signing this, but now instead, how long we want this. So when it's sent to you and you're discussing amongst your coalition and on your platform, you can talk about how long the duration should be or the notice period. For us at Neiti, we think that it should be with the duration of every NSWG tenure. And the reason is that you can have an NSWG come in and say, oh, we want to review this document because of maybe exigencies or the reality, the present day reality at the time. And then make inclusions or subtractions. So that's our proposition, but we're not imposing it here. We want it to also come from the civil society in terms of their contribution. Any amendments to this MOU shall be made in writing and agreed upon by both parties. And then that's the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. Okay, so still, do you have any input or any corrections? Something that must be here before we give back to them to review. Yes, please, can I have a second mic? Yes, sir, please.
The last page, sorry, my name is Peter. The last page that she didn't display is very important to give comfort.
How would you say the last page, Secretariat?
The civil society community. Because we recognize that this is an MOU between two state governments. And one of the state governments has the mandate to protect the civil society community. But in the signature page.
Secretariat, let's have the last page.
On the signature page, the civil society rep is going to be a witness. That is one of the key things the civil society introduced into.
You're taking notes, those in the committee. Please
I think it was important to mention that so that we don't feel totally excluded.
Okay.
So that there's some kind of agreement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Any other addition, subtraction, notice? I'm sure the committee that put this together will work on and take up our comments.
for the update.
Yes, my name is remember member of the committee that prepared this document. Now, in support of what Peter said, I don't need to repeat, it's okay that since it is not a tripartite agreement between three parties, the state actors can sign while our organization can witness so that we own the document at that level. Secondly, we look at the period of which this document has remained in force. We discovered that yes, it is good to give the entire house to look at it and see. But my colleagues that are lawyers within the group knew that you don't put timelines in a document of this nature. In as much as the civil society groups remain perpetual, the Neiti, as far as the government is concerned, except the day government will say we don't need Neiti. So as far as this MOU is concerned, we have the view here now in the General House that the timeline for which this document will lapse should not even be mentioned. But where there's a need for an NGO or any society, any group that decides to pull out, that window can be opened. So I'm just saying this so that we think about it before this document is finally endorsed and signed into effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any other, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to just stay behind the bar, and just do my thing. But for every document, for every MOU, there must be duration. And the essence of duration is analysis of measurements. We need to review it after a period of time. There's always the inclusion of clauses for amendments. So we always start with 3 years as a minimum, which is subject to renewal, whether by the expiration of the society chair or on the steering committee. Whatever the circumstances are, the document is subject to be reviewed, amended, subject to communication between both parties. So it doesn't really matter whether you leave it back, but we must always put beginning and end it for every document to be valid. Just checking that.
Okay, so well. So, sorry, the last part that Mr. Pidable was referring to is right there. It's not as if we just added this. Says the parties further agree that any disagreement arising out of this engagement or the MOU shall be tabled before the chief executives of Neiti and NHRC in the presence of the civil society representative on the Neiti NSWG for resolution. That's one. The second clarification we want to make is in the signing, can you come down? That's what. Can you come down? Yes. Okay, fine. So the parties that will sign this MOU is actually between Neiti and NHRC. So the civil society will sign as a witness. And that is because, right, you can explain this further, right? Let me not go into the matter.
Okay, the reason civil society has to sign it because the document intends to protect the space for the civil society business to operate effectively. So you can, like they say, you cannot share a person in his absence. So it's essential that you are a signatory to what we are trying to do. In as much as we have mandates to protect the rights of all Nigerian citizens, you know your peculiar issue, you know how we pitch it. So we can't draft documents that you're not a part of. So that's why you need to sign, everything.
So that's not what we tax base.
I wanted to
One house, please. Let's hear this argument.
doctor's position, but it does appear that the National Human Rights Commission that was concerned the issue of tenure. Because, these are two entities that I'm going concerned be there for as long as Nigeria as a nation exists. The acts and those acts have not been accommodated, they will continue to exist. So, and there is also a grievance mechanism and process for termination of the agreement that are contained therein. So bearing those in mind, ordinarily, I don't think that to say this agreement is just for but since National Human Rights Commission is the key party in this, and they seem to have concern around living security. But and the MOU is just a really good. It's not an agreement. They just define the working relationship, and we review that. And anytime any party calls for review, the parties can sit down and look at it again and review. So it's not a, in the real strict legal sense, it's not a binding document that you can test or present as evidence of. But beyond that, if they are concerned, they thank them, otherwise, living in the
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. So, okay, Chia, you're over there now.
I'll speak at the committee level.
Oh, thank you. Any committees? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. This is a very important document, especially for CSOs that track incidents of human rights violations in extractive communities. So once look at this MOU, I didn't see the MOU addressing or reflecting the issues around litigations arising from the, of course, from the extractive, arising from the reports of the CSOs handling human rights violations in extractive communities. So I didn't see this document addressing that. So,
okay,
where do we follow?
Is it a question or concern you're getting? Okay.
So you know we work as a team on this document. I don't want to pretend that I have all the answer.
Yes, so issue of information. You know, Neiti doesn't have the power to prosecute or follow issues of investigation. So it escalated to the Ministry of Justice if there are issues like that. So Ministry of Justice will also have a good sleep just in case there are infringement on the. No, it cannot. We can just note or say something that
So right. So it's just a sentence. I would just maybe there's a referral or something. Does he want to? And we want it inside the MOU.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for the committee. Apart from the eyes and touching the T's, is it possible to see the practical procedure so that we will know if if you are resolving anything or if you are adjudicating anything on civil society issue? The practical, they should be at the table to know what is going on. Because this is just black and white presentation. Sorry.
The last intervention on this. The last regard, just wanted to respond. The MOU cannot encapsulate. Oh. The idea is that now the parties are agreeing to the MOU and there will be a professional policy that will explain some things a bit more. It is without a professional framework that some of the issues that are raised and the natural. Otherwise, the state agency of others including professional becomes a one. Go beyond what an MOU should be.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, just 1 second.
I just make an I want to make an appeal so that we don't overflow this emotion. It's just like going for a wedding. And the minister said, you accept to take this offering man like me. We are not husband. He said, yes. You accept to marry him in sickness and health, and as far as I am, you say yes. So we not tell you when you have 4 children, whether you obey the school fees or who is going to be responsible for that, everything is embedded. Or when she refuses to do the other one, how you settle it? He accepts the man, he accepts everything. This is a marriage certificate. Thank you.
So if you want to accept this bride, do you want to accept the bride? Hey, you have someone that wants to. Please, you have to check the framework on the website. You have the framework. I am not still comfortable with the title of this MOU and the position of the CSO as the as witness. It's a tripartite. I don't hear it. Then let's on the title. Hello. The commission is not just in this, but the proposal of doubling the MOU. Now, the commission is the state co-chair. State co-chair on the protecting the civil space. When I talk about OGP, that's Open Government Partnership. The commission is the state co-chair, and it's a state co-chair because the second co-chair is from NGO. The second, and it's represented by triple NGO. That's the second co-chair. That is a co-chair. I also represent the state co-chair. So 2 of us from government and the CSO together are heading the thematic group of civil participation and inclusion under the Open Government Partnership. So you see, the commission is not just going to this partnership, this MOU with Neiti, just for the purpose of, because I mean, normal day you're on a just where your rights are violated, you can easily go to the commission, set office or anywhere and report. But we needed to do something specifically as it relates to the NGOs on operating in the extractive industry. And that's part of it's an extension of shrinking the civil space, protecting the civil space rather. So everything can be in this particular MOU. We needed you to understand that Neiti has your interest as part. That's why they approached the commission that please, let's go into this MOU to protect the rights of the NGOs that are working in the extractive industries. And also, it's necessary to show the international community that Nigeria is compliant and determined to ensure that the issue of shrinking civil space closed up. So be very comfortable and trust that the government, represented by both Neiti and NHRC, has your interest at heart. You must not always put everything like this in black and white. Like my brother said, when you say yes, I do, it includes taking care of children's school fees. They're buying them clothes, sending them to good school, making sure that they are healthy. So please, I don't have sometimes we have issues on trust, but please trust that what we are doing is to protect You're right. Thank you.
So does this bride say yes, I do? Yes. So let me see. It's not coming for this marriage. Just stand up. I said that. Stand up now with your concerns. That's why you don't want to say family. So I wait. Can you? Okay. So does anybody from this side of the table have? Okay. So from this table we say yes, right? Yes. So let's go. Yes or no? Yes. And this is the last one that we focus on this. We have other documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just looking at this, my question, is it difficult to have a tripartite MOU? And if this is done between two parties, why give civil society organizations role in this MOU? So if we are not a party, we are not supposed to have it. And that's my concern. Then I don't know if it is so difficult. Yes, I think so. And even as a witness, you are not supposed to have it. So I don't know if it's that difficult, since it's for civic space, for us to have a tripartite agreement. I don't know.
Let me ask a question. So the question I want to ask, what is the legal entity that the CSO will be used to be represented on the ceremony?
No, he was one thing.
I am not going to answer the question. Just a question. You see, when you say Neiti stands on the tripod. Hello. Neiti stands on the tripod. And that tripod is NGO, government, and corporations. Once you pull yourself out of Neiti and you want to identify yourself as another entity, I think the structure collapses. Yes. That's my understanding. That's
This marriage rates happen now.
Please, I beg you. This is not a tripartite arrangement at all. There is not a
Let's understand it.
In my own understanding, it is not a tripartite arrangement. It is a bilateral arrangement between two state actors. But there is a state actor that has a tripod, right? In that state actor. Now, one of the legs of the tripod is not protected here. But the civil society is protected under the umbrella of Neiti. From the EITL protocol down to the national and subnational implementation of the EITL framework, civil society interest is protected. But we are taking deeper to have a document that showcases, brings out the civil society. So, for instance, if Okeka and Okafor, the family NGO, identifies with the EITL framework and recognized by Neiti, if they have any issue that is covered by this, they are covered. Right? Please, I beg of you, don't see it as a tripartite. Bring the civil society rep as a witness. Gives us a place in the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, to your part of this, you have debated and we go. Please, can this marriage happen? Are we happy to want to have an MOU with Neiti and human rights? Is this something we want to see? Yeah. Protect our own rights? Yes, happy. Thank you very much. And like we said, this is one we progress intensive, we'll share to everyone, correct our T's and dot our I's. Human rights, are you happy with this? Thank you very much, and thank you. So, quickly, let's go to the next MOU. I'll call on both sides. We're going to round up shortly so that we can listen to them and then make our input, and we're done for today. And yes, are you hosting us some fish later? Are you hosting us some fish later? Yes. Okay, teacher. Please, let's put our hands together for him. I want
Crispy. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, right.
Thank you very much, everybody. The NSW chair, the ES, the board members, the appointments, distinguished colleagues. I had the privilege of working with Mr. Voting and others on this committee. We're doing quite some work around this for a while now. So this particular document, as you can see, is captioned the Neiti Society Protocol. So hopefully we are looking at, working everyone through this proposed document and have it for adoption today. It's already been emphasized here already. The EIT and multi-stakeholder approach, which has the civil society as one of the very strategic legs on which tripod is standing, and at the heart of the EITI process is actually the civil society. Without the civil society effective engagement in the EITI process, there will be no EITI implementation at all, and the objective of that initiative will not be achieved. So that underscores the meaningful participation of society in the EITI process. Engagement such as what we are having helps to strengthen civil society, helps to build our capacity when we are able to stand as a united front, network amongst each other, collaborate with each other to be able to play our role within the context of the EITI initiative. So in coming up with this document today, we refer to a number of source documents, which include, next slide please, I think, yes, which amongst them include the Neiti Act 2007, the Handbook of Civil Society, the Neiti Process 2012, Civil Society Memorandum of Understanding 2014, revised in 2022, and that's actually the list of the documents that were consulted in developing this protocol that will be hopefully adopted today. I will be handing the microphone over to my committee chair, who will talk us through the details of the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so just to, for purpose of emphasis, the documents, the source documents that you can see highlighted here, have 7 documents that are domestic, and the last 3 documents are actually global documents that actually give the spirit and the letter of these domestic documents. And those are the EITI 2023 standard, which emanates from previous EITI governance frameworks, like the ones that have been there before now. Then the EITI civil society protocol. That's more like the ground norm, the soul of civil society participation in the EITI process. That's the protocol. So what we're doing in terms of naming this document is to call it the Neiti Civil Society Protocol, aping what's happening at the global level. Then we also have the constituency guidelines for civil society, which is also one of the important documents being used at the global level. All right, so let's move to the next All right, so in terms of content, this is, so despite the fact that we have borrowed principles, ideas, and concepts from the global documents and frameworks, this document here actually retains domestic ownership. So we have looked at it as a committee and ensured that it reflects the peculiar characteristics and circumstances of civil society in Nigeria. All right, so let's go on further. Next. All right. In terms of the content of the document, there are certain questions that the document sought to answer. So, for instance, in civil society participation with the Neiti process in Nigeria, one of the things that has become a recurring decimal is people accusing the Neiti Secretariat of excluding them. So how do we identify who is actually engaging with the EITI process in Nigeria? How is that constituency organized? Who is a member? What are the criteria for membership? And so on. Now, how is the to determine who will represent us? This document is going to create a proactive approach to dealing with all that. And then, of course, the issue of a complaint mechanism. How do you address conflicts? I mean, every society, every organization has issues, but how do you address those conflicts in a manner that helps to segment rather than deepen fragility within the system? So that is, I mean, like if you were here a few months ago, you saw a lot of letters going to the EITI Secretariat when those issues could have been settled domestically. Now, what are the basic principles, underpinning this protocol? First is that the participants Neiti and civil society. It cemented the partnership between civil society and Neiti. The Neiti Civil Society Memorandum was understanding. In 2022, that document was revised. Then in 2018, we had the policy guidelines on the appointment and nomination of the civil society rep on the Neiti board. So as we go on, you're going to see that we have borrowed from that policy guidelines to, to inform these current documents. Let's go on, please. Okay, so yes, I talked about the revision of the MOU in 2022. In 2023, at a civil society meeting at Neiti House in Abuja, the decision was reached by civil society organizations there gathered that civil society needs to reassert its independence in the Neiti process so that it is not perceived that the Neiti secretariat is maybe marionetting civil society in its work. And so because of that, a committee was put in place to set in place guidelines for civil society engagement. That committee earlier this year came out with the Neiti Civil Society Constituency Guidelines and Transitional Protocol. Now, you'll be wondering why there was a transitional protocol, because at that time there was a vacuum, and these guidelines were relied on for the election of our current civil society rep into the Neiti board. However, in July 2024, the current Neiti board met and approved the Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee TOR 2024. That is the TOR that actually led to this committee being established, because there is a need for us to now harmonize all those other documents and put them into one document that actually guides civil society, becomes like a guide rail for civil society engagement. Now, what are the structures created by this document? The first structure is the Neiti Civil Society Group, because we've been wondering, what will this be called? Is it going to be an amorphous, collection of civil society groups? Anybody can just walk to Neiti and say, okay, I'm engaging on the EITI process, or I work in natural resource governance. So there has to be an identity. That's what the committee thought. And this also learns from some of the ideas in the earlier constituency guidelines. So here we say that an associational framework to be known as the Neiti Civil Society Group is hereby established to represent the interests of the broad community of CSOs engaging with the EITI. Next, please. The EITI process in Nigeria. The Neiti Civil Society Group will serve as the General Assembly of Nigerian Civil Society organizations engaged in the EITI process. Now, what is going to be the leadership of the Neiti Civil Society Group? The committee proposes that the Neiti, the civil society representative on the Neiti board will be the leader of the Neiti Civil Society Group, and that stands to reason. Then how will the database be managed? The database of the NCSG will be maintained by the Neiti Secretariat under the supervision of the Neiti Civil Society rep. Now, what would be the process for membership? Now, we all the organizations in this room, it is taken as given we are engaging on with the extractive sector. But there is going to be a call for membership applications. It's necessary for other organizations, to continue broadening the space. So there is going to be a call for membership applications by the Neiti Civil Society rep. And then those who are already engaging, who are already seen as being part of the process, will also then have an opportunity to revalidate their membership. Do we get that?
Right.
Are we clear with that?
Yeah.
This is going to, the revalidation process is going to happen every 12 months, deliberately. Every 12 months. Yes, that's a proposal. Yes. So if you go later in the document, you're going to see how organizations could fall out of favor, lapse out of that database. When for 12 months you have failed to take any action that makes you active within the extractive space. And then if within that time too, you have been seen as not having independence from the government and the companies. Remember, civil society engagement in the EITR process, one of the core criteria is independence from government and companies. You need to be standalone. So that is going to be one of the criteria for assessing them. Then, who is going to approve these applications? The Neiti civil society rep is going to head of the committee that approves this. The valid database of the NCFG 6 months to the expiration of the tenure. Now, this is where the proactive issue comes in. We know the tenure of our current civil society rep on the board. The idea this document is proposing is that as of 6 months to the expiration of our tenure, whatever database is in Neiti's possession becomes the database that will be used for the election of our successor. So we don't go at that time beginning to try to, you saw what happened the last time. Yes. People were going to bring cake, transport companies, ice cream manufacturers and so on, bus drivers. So that's, with this, we are going to prevent that from recurring. Okay, so membership shall be organizational. That's to say there will be no individual membership. However, each organization will designate a lead representative and an alternate. So if you cannot come for this meeting, for instance, your alternates can attend. In the event that both the lead and the alternate are not available, say someone has left the employee of the organization, you can write to the Civil Society Steering Committee 3 months. Change of the primary representative or alternate can be done. Please, can you move it? I think that's provided such notice is sent at least 1 month before that representative's participation in the native activities. Now, what is the criteria for membership? There's a list of criteria there. Basically, evidence of work in extractive sector, and other thematic areas recognized in the EITX standard 2023. Then the organization too will be adjudged by the Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee as having been substantially engaged in the native process. Must be able to show evidence of debate on the issues, working on thematic area, independence from government and companies, very important. And then we stated a renewal period there. These are the two conditions that can make an organization's membership lapse from the Native Civil Society group. First is that you're found not to be sufficiently engaged on the issues, and then secondly, you are found not to be independent from companies and governments. All right, next please. Procedure for self-selection of civil society rep on the board. So we acknowledge that Section 6 of the Native Act empowers, I made allusion to this at the outset, empowers Mr. President to appoint all members of the board. And this power remains and can only change with the review of the Native Act. Civil society is committed to this review process to strengthen autonomy of civil society in the Native process and increase, potentially. One of the things we've been trying to do is to push for an increase in the number of civil society representatives on the board. This is also something that civil society aspires to, and this document actually, encapsulates it. So from the current 1 member. We know that the self-select process for nominating civil society reps on the Native board has been historically adhered to by successive presidents, and that the president's appointment, this appointment does not negate this principle. But to strengthen that self-select principle, these are the proposals that this document is putting forward. The first one is the selection process for CSO representative will begin at least 6 months, I stated that earlier, before the expiration of the substantive tenure. That means we do not have to start running helter-skelter when Mr. President issues that call for our individuals. After that notice comes out, okay, no, not after. So 6 months ahead of the expiration, this Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee will issue a call for nominations into a selection committee. Remember, the participation is supposed to be open, independent, and transparent. So there will be a call for nominations into a selection committee that will now organize an election, a transparent, open, independent, and competitive election to get a civil society rep and then announce the winner. On the notice from the president to the Neiti secretariat, so they get the winner and file it. Once the president announces that constituencies should send their nominees, they now take out that their nominee and forward it to the president through the Neiti secretariat. What's the role of the Neiti civil society group? We should meet virtually or physically once a year to review performance of the civil society rep on the NSWG for the past year, track compliance, discuss the annual work plan and APR, next, plan implementation of public engagement activities in partnership with the Neiti secretariat, identify and respond to capacity building needs, like some of the things we're doing now, they need to texture into certain the geographical Neiti and the National Human Rights Commission. So the state of civic space is very important, and this is going to be part of their mandate. Yeah, so, and others. So the Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee, sorry, there's a title there. This group was created by the second NSWG, and the idea was to deepen civil society participation in the Neiti process. The ES has told us that this particular innovation has been exported now to other countries. Many countries have adopted it. Yes, go on, please. The committee will be retained as follows. The Communications and Civil Society Steering Committee will be the coordinating structure of the Neiti Civil Society Group. So we are the Neiti Civil Society Group, assuming we've been validated and our membership is on the database. But the Civil Society Steering Committee that was inaugurated here today, do we understand? Now leads that process with the civil society rep at the top of that hierarchy. Do we get the picture? Yeah. So, and then what will be its role to be a clearinghouse for civil society engagement? One of the challenges of civil society engagement with the Neiti process has been that we have a board member representing civil society. We have broader civil society engaging with the process, but there is a defective feedback between the two. So there is no way to fit in the needs of the constituency to the board rep, and there is no way for the board rep to channel what he or she is doing back to the constituency, which is why the Civil Society and Communication Steering Committee was created. So that's the book. Now, what is going to be the composition? It's going to be composed of 15 members. 5 members are statutorily seconded from the board. So we saw the ES and some members of the board were called out here today. However, the remaining 10 members are nominated by the civil society rep, and they represent various thematic groups as follows. We're going to have a representative of persons with disabilities, National CSO Network active in oil and gas, National CSO or CSO Network active in mining, a gender-based CSO, women in extractives, host communities in the mining sector, host communities in the oil and gas sector, youth-led organization, the media, and professional bodies. That's 10. to add to the 5 from the board to make 15 members. Dispute resolution. So we have a process for dispute resolution. Any complaints by a member of the Neiti Civil Society should first be directed to members of that constituency. If the dispute is not satisfactorily resolved, a written complaint is now made to the Civil Society and Communication Steering Committee, which now has 4 weeks on receiving that complaint to investigate and make public its findings to the Neiti Civil Society group. Dispute between members of the Civil Society Steering Committee will be referred to the Civil Society rep on the board. And that's the process she will take to address that. The complaints against the Civil Society rep. So if you have a challenge with our rep now, for instance, who do you complain to? So your complaint will now be channeled to the chair of the Neiti National Stakeholder Working Group, who has 6 weeks, yes, to address that from receiving complaints. Then, of course, so the Neiti Civil Society Memorandum of Understanding, that's the next one. So this protocol acknowledges the role of previous MOUs, that's the one of 2014 and 2022. Which is the extant one, in cementing the relationship between civil society and other sectors in the MSG. Each successive NSWG will revalidate and endorse the Neiti Civil Society MOU. So if other people want to write a fresh MOU, then take up that MOU and then look at it and endorse it again. Civic space protection, this keeps coming up. So we acknowledge that civic space violations are on the rise, and it's synonymous with natural resource rich countries. Nigeria is not an exception. So this protocol actually seeks to address that on these 4 pillars: expression, cooperation, participation, and engagement. These principles are actually lifted word for word from the global EITI Civil Society Protocol. So don't think we are being too crazy here. So next, please. Yes, so we now actually acknowledge the Memorandum of Understanding, which was just read to us and which we verbally adopted a few moments ago. That Neiti will enter into Memorandum of Understanding, rather, of association. With human rights agencies such as the National Human Rights Commission and others to ensure protection of civic space in the implementation of the EITI in Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have to subtract and what do we do? Yes, I can see one. Let me have 1, right? 2 else 2. Going in. Oh, this marriage will happen. 2, 3, 4, and then we come back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ginger, and the team, rest of your team members for very comprehensive civil society protocol that you notes. There are some of the innovations that have been developed, like a strategic team, which you happen to be a member of that group, but I didn't see that reflected in the protocol. So I think it's one of the things probably
thank you very much. All right, number 2. Dr. Sokri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger, for that presentation. Let me just comment the areas from the beginning, the structure, the family. So, not sure I had a representative. More determined. Yes. Yes. Okay. You ready? My thinking is that there should be representatives of both communities. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at, sorry, looking at that we have gender-based organization. And at the same time, women in extractive. We're not try to double count. Thank you.
Extracting, they are professional people. Just that now we can women, all the way who is our teacher and I not in this and what should be in publish what you pay constitution. So both of them are being confused to me because most of the things here, part of what should be in our constitution. Thank you.
The honorable principal election, we have quite a number of initiatives that are focused on the strategy. So there need to be some ways on how CSOs in Neiti will work with those kind of organizations, looking at issues of complementarity and so there need to be that. And then the other thing is that as much as we want to fast track the issue of
please, Dr. Gimba, thank you.
we want to fast track the issue of yes, I do. I think this document is still that the issue of yes, I do should be kept but what I'm saying basically is that the document should be separated, giving timeline for people to make it before we say yes, I do or not.
No, the yes we do now is for us to say, are we happy to want to have a protocol? If we are happy, then we go and still work in progress. Then we can, of course, if we agree to want to have it first. Okay, so I have 4, right? I've taken this first 4. You're taking notes. Let's add 1 and 2, and then we come back to that. Okay?
Whereas discussions, comments, and opinions have been received, and also that this document is made for a purpose of validation today in this meeting. I, Barrister Buba Godebe, hereby move a motion that will validate this document as a working tool for implementation so that Nigeria can domesticate, can accept and enforce the document in as much as it is not in publicity with the national government.
Very, very forward now. I don't know whether to say second. Or to say what I wanted to say. Okay. Please, we can just hold that a bit. Right? We just want to provide some guidance. And also support a statement that was raised earlier. It doesn't negate the fact that we can adopt this in principle at this meeting and then take decision on the next step to clean up the document and take it. All of it. The question I want to bring is that please, when you are reading this document, don't read it with the mindset of an operational document, right? Organizational operational document. Read it with the mindset of self-organization. You understand what I said? Because there was a statement that was raised about bringing some of the engagement of civil society organizations.
Okay.
Some group.
Thank you very much, sir. But what we have a motion there? I was thinking that because this is a working document that you rightly said, let's also adopt this other things we have said them before and take into consideration these things, and then we have you second it and we move. Thank you very much, everybody. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See associations going forward. We have had those issues. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together. Please, ensure that all our thoughts are concerned. You can write it and leave them, right? You just write it, nothing to leave them all your concern. So that now we have a document we want to work with. So let's do next steps going forward. Want to see. Are there one issues that did not come up on this that you really want us to talk about? And from here in this room, Professor Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. What do we want to see moving forward? Are there concerns? Yes, Baba Fuchichi, I have one concern. Any other concerns? I see you. I see your hands. You have concerns? Moving next steps. What do we want to see moving forward? Peter, I see you. Reverend, what's the name? Reverend, I see you. So we're going to have Kuchichi, we have Reverend. And I see Dr. Mustafa. So I have me and I have Peter. 4. Thank you. Oh, 5. Then
good afternoon. As a next step, I want to see that this document are not there. Clean up and then show the when we have to. Thank you.
What? Did you capture that? All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Secretary. Yes.
Thank you. Next steps. We've had a very robust section with all of the takeaways. Next step, I would want to suggest that going forward,
as an improvement in what we have attained today.
Yeah.
In terms of communication with participants at any of our subsequent events, it should be more cordial. Cordial so that there are clear, direct communication lines with participants invited, expectations well put forth, so that people can adjust their program to fit in. There was some level of discontent with communication at some point. So next step, I think all of that should be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next step.
Sorry, at the risk of being a bit distracted, please, what just did now is the bedrock of our engagement with it. And even our engagement with the entire EITI program. There's a loose end. I don't want us to create problem without having a solution that everybody identifies, not everybody, that we sign up for. We have said, let me assume that Chris and God is documented president. But what are the next steps of dealing with this thing? I wanted to make a situation, which I was seeing there, at least that's what they are my point, is that, look, can we agree here now? Whoever is going to make comment, can they come back to the civil society steering committee, which I believe has the representation of all the clusters, clusters, that they give points, making sure that the final validation and adoption is done, because they are representatives. That is my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And also, we're going to pass on timeline. So our input contribution, whatever we want from today, we are giving 10 days. So how many days? No, we're going to start immediately. That's what they are doing now. And we're giving 10 days for feedback, to collect them, and then send back, and then we have a final.
The final thing, this final document we look at. Did it cover, does it rather cover all the critical content of the sub-document? Think the one you have presented, the short sub-document, we dealt with different aspects of our engagement, one at the national and an international level. The question is, what is presented to us? Does it take cognizance of all that? It does. Yes. But some of us will look at it to be sure that
so if it's not there, that's why we're giving the rule and liberty of 10 days from now on. Look at those issues and ones that were not captured, and that's why we have them, then share with them, and then let us all have it. We're going to circulate it with them. I don't think I can suggest them. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
The way forward, committees are inaugurated today. Know that they are all correctly announced. You see, the new leadership of Homology, they have a stipulated timeline. What I mean, they have the years. So let the committee start working. It's working to elaborate the committee and other things. I suggest for the committee after these meetings, they should sit down, identify their leadership who will lead the state committee, open the WhatsApp group for the committee, that communication will be facilitated. Secondly, in our last AGM in Lagos, some committees were inaugurated to celebrate the line, committees of constitutional review, committees of membership, and the rest. Please let those committees work within the time frame. And so we don't have time, so that we enter new year with the fresh document work and we move forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to remind those who have come for the documents, but I want just to make this observation. as people keep on talking, mentioning published work in the field, we are looking at CSO as a policy.
I think it's the next person. Thank you very much. I'm sure you close up. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to repeat what I always remember about Neiti, civil society, and citizen relationship. Over time, those of us from the communities, we complain that this interface has become Abuja and at best Lagos axis interface. Can we, going forward, you know,
The answer is that insinuation is false and malicious. And the politically motivated. And then, even though my enemies will go this far. So, and the investigation will commence immediately. Now, the second question from my friend is asking of the methodology for this research, and the word there is research. Our report is not strictly a research project. And I'm in social sciences, I'm in political economy, that's my background. It's not a research, because in a research that are proceeded, there must be research questions, and there must be issues for the basis for research. It is a reconciliation. When we call it audit, the reconciliation. The process is very clear. We are looking for how much the government paid to companies. How much of that did the companies receive? The government received. How much money the companies paid to government? How much of that money the government received? Because from the point of payment and point of receipt, a lot of money developed into ways. What was the procedure followed in the transaction? What of the volume that was produced? How were the volumes determined? Those for local consumption, those exported, where were they exported to? Those are the questions that our templates ask. They do not strictly ask research questions. But beyond this, we also have a methodology. One aspect of the methodology is that there is a desk review, which is also very common in social research. There will be desk review. You have to look at what the former reports have said, so that you have a baseline. What were the issues that were not addressed in the line? So there will be that basis. And then there will be meetings, consultations, template workshop, to be able to expose the companies to the kind of questions that and the kind of answers we expect. Because the mode of operation of companies vary from one company to the other. So when you show them that template, and there are peculiar questions that do not apply to company A, that applies to B, all those issues are resolved. And then we take it off. So there is also engagement, and there is validation of data, reconciliation of data. So in the strict sense, it's not entirely a research project. And there are some elements of research approaches that are usually adopted. Did I answer your question? Then you ask if there are indicators. Yes, the indicators that we normally track are the tracking, how do we track progress? And that's usually in the recommendations. And in the recommendations, we identify the issue, we identify who is responsible for implementation, but we don't normally give that timelines, because some of the issues are institutional, and some even require institutional amendment. For instance, if you want all levels and tiers of government to participate in buying, it will require amendment of the Constitution. So they are not that very easy, very aligned with procedure for social research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. This may have a say. So do we have questions for the NSWG board? They are seated here, ably represented by the alternate chair. And don't forget our chair is the Secretary of Nigeria. So let's count the questions presented.
This question yes, my question is what is actually the role of CSO in the audit process? Because I know that CSOs are prevented before, yes, but
My understanding from the presentation of that, solid minerals report and review some of that reports. There is a numeric and then the institutional audit side of it. So, beyond sitting on the board, determining who gets engaged as auditors, the role of civil society in the audit process. Thank you.
Okay. You get any other question?
Last question. Last question. What the index of God and the years? Thank you.
Yeah, mine is just a continuation of what you said about research. I know that at the time, Neiti was a lot of policy brief, occasional papers, and the rest of them from the research team. I think that will actually help the CSU here, naturally understanding the issues deeper. Those your insightful publications. I don't know if people we still need to continue that so that people will be. I mean, it's not only for the CSOs, even for the general people that are deeply into social and economic and policy research. It will aid them. I mean, your occasional papers and policy briefs that you normally publish on some issues that are really very difficult for some people who don't have deep knowledge of the extractive sector and energy transition. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Greetings to the members of the committee. I'm glad to give this opportunity. Yes, I'm just making this as not just an observation, but to get more clarity as regards the role of Neiti, especially the board, in interfacing with the regulatory agencies. Over time, yes, I believe many people will be aware that the last two engagements we have in the state to bring in the regulatory agencies, especially the NUPRC, because I understand that NIT so as an office now in Anambra, it's always very difficult. So my issue that whether there is any role made, and this board can play in convincing these regulators to make themselves available, especially to the host community and the state authority. It's a very big challenge to bring them to table discuss, even say some of the complex.
Honestly, it's something. He says it in the world. Yeah, so we need to do everything around us. My brother from Anambra State, and you asked a very good question. And let me also comment on your last comment of organizing events outside Abuja and Lagos is very important. Then you must consider the security situation. You understand? We used to do those shows, security situation in the country, and the cost of travel these days, the hazards are just too much. We have been very sensitive. And we're also on security advice. We receive security advice every single week. Every single week. You know, if I'm coming to Anambra and the Grand, you have to give an idea how the ransom is paid. So, in our working, sharing, we're all concerned as a country and citizens that situations should normalize so that people can live around. Probably in Nigeria today, we are not raising any tension, but it's a reality. It's a lot of, and the cost of travel these days, we don't have it. Our budget this year, when we were doing our budget, the cost of air travel was between 50,000–60,000 to Lagos. We are still in the year now. The cost of air travel to Lagos is over 100,000. So when you go and come back for one person, it's about, if it's 200,000, it's about 400,000. So it's limiting our ability. Thank you very much. And then on the question you asked about
helping to bring regulators. You were a case study. It depends on how you package your project. You held an event in Anambra State, and you asked us to help you invite LUPs. Did LUPs not attend? But what? No, because your invitation, you see, hello, when I said we are here to support the civil society, when you are doing an event and there are those who invent the without partnership, spaces for change, they are not here. CSR action, they are not here. I don't want to talk of those who are basically when they are doing event and they use our platform to invite key stakeholders, we issue invitations on their behalf. We issue invitations, we talk to our stakeholders to attend. Neiti uses this as a government institution to invite. We are saying, including global rights, they know how to package the events. We say our partners, global rights, will be hosting so and so, and Neiti is partnering with this organization for this event. We therefore invite you as special guest of honor. It's Neiti they're looking at, and they will be there. But when you don't, if you send the invitation to them straight, it might be a problem because maybe they don't even know the name of your organization. But when you call me, I spoke with Engineer Kayode, Engineer Kayode. Our interaction came very close to your event, but even at that, they were there. So what is the issue? So the role of CSOs in the auditing process. Now, the NS of Neiti is called multi-stakeholders group, and the civil society is represented. I do agree with one of us, I think it's Tija Bolton, who said in the amendment of 19, I will support the CSOs push for more CSO representations from the board. It's a good suggestion. But mind you, the civil society rep of the board is not only the only civil society you have on the board. The president of NUPEC is an industrial union activist. It's on the board. Finance Association. There are so many CSOs who are on the board. You understand? So, if you can be more specific, but the role of CSOs in the CSOs participate in the approval of the terms of reference for the board. When the procurement for the consultant is being done, the CSOs monitor the process, the opening of the bids, the follow through until the process of who is going to conduct the exercise is, they ensure it is advertised, they ensure the person meets all the criteria, they sign the procurement document. When we develop the TOR, we share it with CSOs, constituencies, they make comments. When the report is ready, the multi-stakeholder group, in which CSOs are represented, are the ones that will review, and the executive committee of the board, CSOs are represented. So it's not a direct participation, but you're also free to write us as a CSO organization interested to say, please, when you are commencing this thing, we will be interested to monitor this process at this stage. But there are some stages that we can't involve you. Why? Because presence of certain people, when we're engaging directly with companies, they will not have the confidence to release certain information because they don't understand why that should be. There is a confidentiality clause inside that allows them to trust that the information shared gives us will not be used to jeopardize the business, maybe their business competition with Chevron. So it's complicated. The CSOs play a long role. And when the report is released, you're also involved in the dissemination. So CSOs have a lot of the publication of public policy brief. When I took over in February 19, 2021, the greatest challenge we had, there was no board in place, and Neiti had no house, no office. We were squatting, and we had no money to pay rent. So the basic needs of man is food, housing, and clothing. Food, shelter, and clothing. And we're lacking one, shelter. So we now identify our priorities. One was to get a permanent office accommodation. For 20 years we were operating, we were squatting on rent, and all those who have been processed we do. Our addresses keep changing. So we fought it and we got a permanent office, which is now 90 hours. And then to give it something. After that was in place, the issue of renovation, reconstruction, renovation, movement, relocation cost us a lot of some activities that we would have as well, because all our internal ICT systems were dismantled to move into the place. But that is now story. We moved into that place 12th of April last year. And it is one for me, I'm proud that it happened under my term. What we are doing now is to catch up on some of the areas we sacrificed today to handle that very particularly. We are currently doing the policy brief on domestic resource mobilization. We are currently conducting a study on the impact of energy transition on Nigeria's economy. There's no such contact, there's no such data. We are currently conducting fiscal allocation and statutory responsibility that we look at the utilization of 30% derivation. That's never been done before. 30% derivation is money that goes into states that produce soil. No Nigerian has any data who received what it was used for. Neiti is going to provide that information. And it's covering, we started with Niger Delta State, but our intention was drawn that it's now going to solid mineral producing states. So we are conducting that in 20 states. And that report will be ready in 4 months. The report on energy transition will be ready in 4 months. As I speak to you, we are already reviewing the section report for the The report on domestic, the policy brief will now become more regular because we have an environment that is better, more conducive, and stable for us to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yes, for this explicit explanation. Just to add that, now we have the better channel our issues, our concerns, and even for the invitation, we must not go directly before you get to the stage. So if you have it closer, we have the director for communication, who is also interfacing and supporting us to see that all this happens together. So feel free, we're going to be reaching out and reach out on time, please. So with this, Your Excellency, the alternate chair, the executive director, the executive secretary for Neiti, ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point to bring a close to this with a vote of thanks while we go into the next section, and I'll tell you what the next section is. But before that, after this, we're going to have a very loud picture here. All of us on the floor, anywhere, just a beside picture to have this very close. While we're going to our next section, which I'm happy all of you are happy. So we're going to our next section, we'll be introducing those that are in the back, right? Trying to put all this together and bring up patience. Patience of the Most High. Can you stand up for recognition? Let's put our hands together for her. So we're going to have this computer, yes. Okay, so now the exchange of the exchange of plan. We're going to have the picture now because the ones need to step out. Then we allow that next session is coming for all the housekeeping, trees to be there. Everybody, that's your next session. That's what I said. Right? So we need to excuse the alternate chair, and that is why we need to do this and bring it to a close, please. All right, everybody, are we happy to bring it to a close? Yes. Okay, then let's come forward and have that picture. We're going to say maybe civil society on the stage. Take that together, whatever. We'll try to do small video for us, picture. So let's just have our excited. Let's see. Let's have it here. No, speaking your soul, so you can dance. Okay, wait my space, people. Thank
All that together.
I don't think she's going to tell you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all of us in this is please, after this, nobody should come and congratulate you. Thank you those people that are seated. The best thing is ensure that your names on the meeting. We are all encouraged to ensure that we start. What are you guys to say? Make sure that you start with videos on the attendance list. Secondly, we are going to share a claim fill it and return it to the as you are filling it, ensure that your receipt. So what the next one? I think we are going to see each other. Yes. We are going to invite and submit those information to grab. This is Angela from our president. Angela, please your hand for the give me again. Okay. Okay.
I look at one and let's have some quiet. This is very important, seriously. And that's why we said this is a very important thing. If you don't listen to the instructions, still you don't want to say something. We are not going to repeat that, and nobody should come for us for our listeners. If you don't listen to these instructions now, we will still have those challenges that we have earlier. Savior, can you sit down? Thank you. Instructions from the people that say. But you have to be organized and coordinated. I beg you. So can you help us have one house?
Thank you very much, my honorable chair. A round of applause for her, please. Very good. Now, as I said earlier, the first thing we need to address is the attendance. In terms of documentation, we want to appeal to everybody to ensure that you are registered for 3 days. As it's first day, second day, third day. So if you know that there was a day you just walked in without registering, please ensure that you go back and register. The secretariat will be. The second day, we'll be sharing out forms. Please and please fill that form clearly. Don't write like a doctor. Please, write like somebody that is normal, not somebody that is abnormal. When the forms are filled, we should send it to the secretariat. Then for those coming from outside, kindly ensure that you hand over your boarding pass and your receipt so that your money will be processed accordingly. Then we have identified 2 people that you'll be working with. Ms. Obasi, please come. We have identified 2 people that you'll be working with. You'll be working with Ms. Obasi and Madam Patience Inya. Ms. Obasi is of the Neiti Secretariat, while Madam Patience Inya is of the role of our sponsor. Thank you very much.